Welcome to Ajax Downs on a beautiful Wednesday, August the 9th, 2023. Beautiful day out there. I'm Nick Kukas, Jennifer Morrison, of course, my host here every week. The hostess with the mostest. How we doing, Jennifer?
Doing very good, Nick. How are you doing today?
I'm doing really good. Just before we start talking about the program, I know you want to make an announcement about John Watkins.
Yes, unfortunately we lost a great friend just this past week, quite suddenly actually. John was a great friend of horse racing, all breeds. You would have seen him here at Ajax Downs frequently. He was here June 28th and since then as well, and had just announced his retirement from work, and was very happy about that. But unfortunately, John got pneumonia and passed away last week. These are some of his photos. This is from June 28th. I mean, you can go on his Facebook page and see all the great photos. So generous. He actually provided a whole bunch of photos for our programming here at Ajax. He provided me photos for the Ajax Downs press releases. Just the nicest, most down-to-earth guy. Loved Jimmy Buffett. He was a real parrot head, John, and we are going to miss him. Something else, he just loved horse racing, and it's very, very sad. I know a lot of people here at Ajax are very close to him as well, so we miss you, John, and our condolences to Jane, his wife, who's a wonderful lady as well, and all the family and everybody who loved John.
May God be with you, John. Yeah. I know you're looking down on us today.
Yeah.
Let's give out some winners then.
Okay.
In John's memory, let's start off with race number 1, which should be a pretty simple race to handicap, I would think. I don't even know what to say. All Out of Sugar lays over this field. What else can I say?
Yeah, I mean, he got the confidence builder last time. He was kind of wandering his first 2 starts. He wasn't really knowing what he was doing there for whatever reason. This is a stakes winner. This is a horse that won a stakes race back in 2021. Anyways, Bob Broadstock drops him in price, claiming the speed index 8,000 level last time. He won, but just barely. I mean, I was kind of concerned that day. Like, he was even money, and, he did win. So, okay, now he's actually meeting a lesser group. So, he does look like the best horse in the race. Would I empty out and bet my life savings on him? No. I think Hanover Hill Justine is the sneaky one in here. She had a real excuse last time. She hit the side of the gate when she came out of there, and she's dropping in class.
There you go. Let's move on. Race number 2 is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 85 and under. And the Mexican Mouse is again ridden by the Mexican, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. I like this horse. I didn't pick the horse to win because I think Bodai looks like a real tough one in here. But I got a feeling the Mouse could run a big race today.
Well, the Mouse is coming off, I think, one of the best races of her life. I mean, she's 8 years old. She's only run 32 times. And she's just been, a wonderful horse for the Broadstock team. I mean, her story has been told a lot. She almost died as a foal, and she's not that big. But she just ran a tremendous race last time. It was July 16th. The track was very fast, mind you. But still, she got a 91 speed index, was second to a stakes winner, Just Carolina's Award. But yeah, I picked Bodie. Bodie was the horse that came in last year for Michelle and Dan Lucas of Maryland. Reeled off 3 straight wins, kind of, picked up some shares in some tough races. And just got back into the winner's circle last time, winning by a neck going 400 yards. And Valiant Chicken Snow was third that day, and she came back to win and is the favorite in the Princess Derby today. So he hasn't run since late June. But he had a nice workout at Fort Erie, so I think Bodie is going to be really tough to beat. I'm not worried about the cutback in distance. Are you?
No, I'm not really worried about it. It is a big cutback, but this horse has run at all distances, has won at 250 yards, and like you said, the horse is coming off about a 6-week layoff, and I'm not sure why, but Helen came in to ride the horse, and she hasn't been riding here that often this year. She's only had 3 starts this year at Ajax Downs. She's been riding primarily, of course, at Fort Erie, but she did decide to take that drive up to QEW.
Yeah, now this is the horse that she comes to ride, so, that's He's the horse to beat. I think a horse that likes the distance and should run fairly well is Zox to be you with your man.
Norm Lloyd D'Souza, my man Normie. Okay, let's move on. Race number 3, Speed Index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 75 and under. I think it's a 2-horse race. I think you see it a little differently. You landed on the first horse, First Golden Rose. I landed on the 3, DM Paid in advance. I think it's a 2-horse race between the two. But I know you like the 1 horse a little bit up and over.
Yes, but this is my best bet of the day. My best bet of the day.
First Golden Rose?
Yes, I realize it's a small field, but it's the start of the pick 5.
Okay.
So you know what? It's all in, yeah.
You're keying.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Well,
whoa.
let's just watch. How about we watch her last race, okay?
Why don't we do that?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
She's a horse from Alberta. She has been. Now this was just a big mess here. Did you see that? Oh, hang on. Where did she go?
Well,
hang on a second here.
She's the one that's got the circle around her?
Yeah, no.
No. Why not? She finished 3rd. No, she didn't finish 3rd. Oh, I don't know.
No, that's Cocoa Puff.
That's
what race
Cocoa
is that?
Puff.
What day is
my
that?
God, I don't know. First Golden Goose, race number 3.
It's race 2. Did
I
blow it?
Race number 2. You blew it. You blew it.
I blew it?
We blew it.
It was supposed to be race 2 that day?
Yeah, that's it. Oh, well. We blew
Okay,
it.
well, anyways, don't look at that.
Well, don't look at that. We'll be fine. That's not First Golden Rose. We're just testing everybody.
Okay, but look, this is my best bet of the day. First Golden Rose, okay? Now, she came in from Alberta. She's run 4 times at Ajax. Now, they've been trying to find, a spot for her. She's been getting used to the track. I'm not worried about her first 2 starts. And her last 2 starts, okay, she's not great coming out of the gate. 2 starts ago, going 300, she really pooped out of the start there. Last time, she threw her head and lunged coming out of the gate, broke inwards. Alexis Sanchez was kind of just hanging on for dear life, but once he got her straightened out, she absolutely flew, okay? And that was 250. It's 250 again. If he can just get her, coming out of the gate straight, and look at this, Beta Barn is really heating up right now. So I'm thinking this is my key of the day. First Golden Rose.
It's a 5-horse field. There's 3 horses in the race that have won a race.
She's one of them.
She's one of them.
You're taking a maiden.
I'm taking a maiden, but I will say this in my defense, because I don't like taking maidens against winners. The 3 horses that have won a race, they've only won 1, and they've had 70 chances to do it. 70. So they're 3 for 70. So, the 1 horse is 1 for 29, 1 for 24, 1 for 20. I figured the 3 horse, she's only lost 10 times, so why not?
Look she's definitely due to win her maiden. She was odds on last time to win. Miss Chloe Suspect was a little strong for her, but yeah, I picked her I picked her 3rd. Up and over I like to because he's pretty quick out of the gate, but the 4 is my key of the day.
Let's move on to race number 4, the co-feature race of the day. This is a great one, by the way. And, man, Snow Moose, the 3-year-old champ, or could be the 3-year-old, probably will be the 3-year-old champ, takes on older horses for the first time ever, I believe. And he's running against a pretty good horse and had to be relentless.
Yeah, this is a great matchup for the first leg of the pick 4. And in fact, there's 2 3-year-olds, 2 of the better 3-year-olds this year. But Snow Moose is by far, he's 3 for 4 this year. Got beaten neck in his other race. He's marched through the Open Derby, just won the Ontario Bred Derby. He's probably, heading towards the Peacock Derby, so why not get a little race in between? He's going to try this non-winners of 6 or non-winners of 5. And yeah, what do you think of a 3-year-old? We both picked him. Had to be Relentless, who's a half-brother to Had to Be Ivory. Just ran one of the race of his life with 101 speed index, finishing 2nd to Had to Be Ivory in the Ontario Bred Maturity. Had to Be Relentless is a big, strong horse who, funnily enough, he hasn't actually won going 400 yards, but he loves long distances. Snow Moose has won going 400 last year as a 2-year-old. But I think it's just going to be a knockdown, drag him out race between the 2 of them.
Yeah, and the only other horse that really, if you want a long shot play and pick this horse, is the 4-horse Hanover Hill Teresa. Now, she doesn't really class-wise belong, but she's run 400 yards twice with a win in a 3rd. So she's going to love the distance. Is she good enough? No, but who knows? Going a distance sometimes is the great equalizer in horse racing. Some horses just can't make the distance.
And you know what's interesting, though, is that 3 horses in the race all ran 101 speed indexes last time, which I find fascinating. So it had to be Relentless 101. Running second, it had to be Ivory. Snow Moose ran 101, winning the Ontario Bred Derby. And One Fabulous Wave got 101 in that allowance race, restricted allowance race, on July 16th, which I will say, the caveat here, July 16th, the track was very fast that day, and there was a good, strong tailwind. So all the better for Snow Moose, I think.
Let's move on to race number 5, an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up, which have finished third or lower in their last 3 starts. So more or less horses that haven't really done all that well in the last few starts, but are pretty decent horses. I landed on the 4-horse Runaway Lights and Caviar. You landed on the 1-horse Fast Streaking Nick. It's a 110. What do I have to say about that? Break and you got a shot.
And there's 1 horse in the race that's 1 going the distance, and that's your buddy, Fast Streaking Nick, and I can't believe you didn't pick him.
I know.
Because usually you pick him, and you know what? It's his 4th start of the year. He's 9 years old now, so he's a little bit slow getting going. But I thought his last race was pretty good. His stablemate, Perry Funny Steven, was a little, he's pretty strong that day. I just think Fast Streaking Nick, he won first time out in 2022 in June going 110. It's like you said, whoever breaks. But Runaway Lights and Caviar, I mean, she's had 2 recent races at 110, so that's all she knows right now.
She's in a 110 mode.
She's in a 110 mode. Diego Benitez is going to try her again. Her first try at the distance was pretty good. Her latest wasn't great. She wasn't quick enough for that field, but, interesting enough, she still ran an 83, so the field was pretty tough. Raptor, he wouldn't surprise me. I'm thinking this race might be an all button in the pick 4, pick 5.
I wouldn't disagree with that comment. That makes a
All
lot
right.
of sense. Let's move on to race number 6, a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average, or never been better than 90, actually. It's not an average. It's a never better than. And we are on different pages on this one. I landed on the 1 Crash on Oki. You landed on the 4-horse Isaac Cocoa Puff.
Yeah, I changed my mind a few times here. Well, Crash on Oki, the light bulb has gone on.
Yes.
He won going 110, and that was the first win here at Ajax for jockey Alexis Sanchez. And then they doubled up again just a week ago, 300 yards, and now they're back a week later. When a horse is hot, why not just, come right back? And obviously an inside post doesn't bother him. He's got the 90 speed index last week. So, yeah, he's very, very logical once again. But I just think Isaac Cocoa Puff might be just a little bit advanced. She's a 5-year-old mare. He's a 3-year-old gelding. She was really super in her season debut when she charged down the track and won on a very tough day where it was hard to, it was very strong wind. And last time she raced against a stakes winner, Just Carolina's Award, a Spada horse, and I thought she closed pretty well that day. So I like the fact that, it's her 3rd start off the layoff. I'm thinking it's a peak race, whereas Crash on Oki's had 2 big efforts in a row.
Right.
So maybe I'm taking the 4-horse. I think I'll get a bit of a better price too, maybe.
It's funny, 3 of the 5 horses in this race are looking for their 3rd win this year, which is a real accomplishment in horse racing. It's especially when you got a 25-day meet and these horses are looking for their 3rd victory in one season, and with almost another 10 or 11 racing days to go. So these horses have had really good years this year. I know you also like Queen Charlotte, which is another horse I like in this race. Draws the outside for Brian Bell, cutting back from 400 to 300.
Yeah, I mean, she's just been a whiz this year. I mean, she's won 2 of her last 3, and I was pretty impressed with her last race because she was on the rail. It was 400 yards, and she just tow roped that field. She was gone. 89 speed index that day. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit wide open, but I like the 4. I mean, I think those 3 are the main players in here.
Okay, let's go on to the 7th race on today's card, the 9th running of the Princess Derby. $51,930 up for grabs, Jen. Who do you like in here?
So yeah, I mean, we didn't have any trials for the Princess Derby because there was only enough entrants for the actual race. But what a great field we have here! You know, the favorite's going to be Valiant Chicken Snow, the number 7 horse, and you know, I think she's, you know, I picked her to win. You know, I just because, you know, she's won 2 of 5 this year. She was one of the top 2-year-old fillies last season. You know, third beating a neck to Bodie, older horses, Sugarman's Delight. Then she's coming off another win where that race has produced at least 2 next out winners. I'm a Quick Corona and JTC Little Moon Bar. So she's won a key race. She's just, you know, she just seems like she's marginally just better than these. But having said that, I'm going to show number 2, Had to Be Ivy, as long as I gave them the right race. Had to Be Ivy, who's a half-sister to Had to Be Ivory. This is a gal who's taken her sweet time to sort of get her head sorted out this year, but this is a talented horse. Here we go. Okay, there she is. You can't miss her because she's got the big white face and the blue silks. And this is the Ontario Bred Derby. You're going to see Snow Moose charging to victory. She didn't get away to the sharpest of starts, but I just love the way that she powered through the finish line there. And the best part about this, see how she's actually behind those 2 horses there when she came out of the gate. Snow Moose is already marginally ahead. But, you know, she doesn't give up. Switches her leads there in mid-stretch and closes. That was 300 yards. This is the first time she's stretching out, as it were, to 350. I think it's going to hit her square in the head, just like Had to Be Relentless, loves longer distances. This gal is coming up to a peak race, so watch out for Had to Be Ivy. I think she's got a big shot today.
Yeah, you know, my thinking is along your same lines. I do like the 7 horse as well, Valiant Chicken Snow. The horse I think that could be a bit of an upset today is the 4 horse First Prize Charlotte. This horse has had some problems, especially last time, hopped at the start.
Yeah.
Michelle Woodley, who's a really, really good trainer, has given this horse a little bit of time off. I mean, this 3-year-old filly hasn't run in almost 7 weeks. You know, she was really impressive as a 2-year-old last year. I got a feeling she might have this horse right today. This horse might run a big, big race. I like to be Had to Be Ivory as well. And the horse that you picked for third, which I didn't touch at all, Katie on Fire, could be a huge upset in here.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the fact that she drew the outside
Right.
post. As we know, you know, horses tend to break to the outside.
Right.
But, you know, this gal, after she had the first couple of races over the track and, you know, Bob brought her in for this little syndicate he made, the Katie on Fire stable. Right. You know, she's been very impressive. I mean, she's the unknown quantity, as I say. But, yeah, you know what? You have a point about First Prize Charlotte. Her last race was just a mess. She lunged, and then she went inwards. And by the time TP got her straightened out, the race was over. Snow Moose was the winner. But, yeah, she's had some time off, and you cannot disregard the Woodley stable because while they haven't run too many horses this year, you know, their horses are usually right there. So if he can get her out of the gate properly, I think it's a fabulous renewal of the Princess Derby. It'll decide for now who the top 3-year-old filly is on the grounds.
That's our card for today. A great, great card of racing. And this feature race is going to be a wonderful race to watch. That race is going to go off at around 4:12 p.m. this afternoon. But both Jen and I are going to be with you all day. Right now, we're going to take it upstairs to the voice of Canadian quarter horse racing, Frank Ferrari, for the changes on the card.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to Ajax Downs. And for all the people streaming in from across the globe, we have a 7-race card this afternoon, and the on-track feature will go in race number 7. It's the 9th running of the Princess Derby for 3-year-old fillies with $50,000 added, making it a total purse of just under $52,000. Approximate post time for race 7 is at 4:12 p.m. I will now take you through all of the changes and or corrections in your program, starting with the first race on this afternoon's card. In the first race, we have one overweight. Number 3, Hanover Hill Justine, will carry 1 pound over. The number 2 horse, Bewitchin', will be running with the flipping halter off. That's flipping halter off on number 2, Bewitchin'. And racing with the flipping halter on is the number 4 horse, All Out of Sugar. We have rolling daily doubles and rolling pick threes through our card of racing. Race number 2, the number 4 horse, Mia Havana, will carry 1 pound over. Also number 4, Mia Havana, will be racing with the flipping halter on. In the third race, just a couple overweights. Number 1, Up and Over, 5 pounds over. Number 2, Kefla, 2 pounds over. Race 3 is race A of this afternoon's pick 5. Race number 4, the following overweights. Number 1, Had to Be Relentless, 1 pound over. Number 2, Snow Moose, 3 pounds over. And number 4, Hanover Hill Teresa, 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on, only the number 3 horse, Mom's Extravagant Heart. Race 4 is race A of this afternoon's pick 4. Race number 5, the following overweights. Number 1, Fast Streak and Nick, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar, 6 pounds over. And number 5, Raptor, 1 pound over. Race number 6, the number 2 horse, Joe Checkers, is 2 pounds over. Number 3, Ruby Sunday, 1 pound over. And number 5, Queen Charlotte, 3 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on. Number 2, Joe Checkers. Number 3, Ruby Sunday. And number 4, Eyes a Cocoa Puff. That brings us to the 7th and feature race of the afternoon, the 9th running of the Princess Derby for 3-year-old fillies, running for a purse of just under $52,000. In that 7th race, we have a first-time medication on number 8, a Russian Lily. We'll use first-time Lasix. And the following overweights, number 1, Damn I'm Relentless, 3 pounds over. Both number 2, Had to Be Ivy, and number 3, Just a KVN, 1 pound over. Number 5, Aquatica, 6 pounds over. Number 7, Valiant Chicken Snow, 2 pounds over. And number 9, Silver Lining, 5 pounds over. Horses racing with the flipping halter on are number 3, Just a KVN. Number 5, Aquatica. And number 10, Katie on Fire. Taking the flipping halter off is the number 4 horse, First Prize Charlotte. Those are the changes thus far in your program. Any further changes or corrections will be given to you before each race. Track conditions are listed as fast. It's 28 degrees Celsius, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a crosswind blowing east and west at 11 kilometers an hour, which is just at under 7 miles per hour. Post time for race 1, 1:30 in just 15 minutes. The horses are now entering the track for today's first race. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 65 and under, or with a speed index that has never been better than 70, running for a purse of $7,500. Number 1, Caraway's Native Lane, owned by the partnership of Wayne Carroll Proctor and ridden today by jockey Norman D'Souza. Number 2 is Bewitchin', owned by Dan Giles, Cheyenne Kerr in the saddle. Number 3 is the Peacock Cattle Company's Hanover Hill Justine, ridden today by jockey Carly Furlonger. Number 4 is All Out of Sugar, owned by Marie Broadstock, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo aboard. And number 5 is Bar EF Rush for Candy, owned by Earl Foster and ridden today by jockey Cassandra Jeske. That is your field for today's first race, going a distance of 300 yards. All of the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All of the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. Number 1, Caraway's Native Lane goes in. Caraway's Native Lane, one of 2 maidens in this field. Number 3, Hanover Hill Justine is in. All Out of Sugar, the heavy 3 to 5 choice is in. Number 2, Bewitchin', and the last one in, the lone 3-year-old filly in this field, Bar EF Rush for Candy. They're at the post. And they're off. Veering at the start was Caraway's Native Lane. Out quickly is All Out of Sugar. To his inside is Hanover Hill Justine. Then it's Bewitchin'. And further back to Bar EF Rush for Candy. Castillo has this one in full control. All Out of Sugar will not disappoint at 1-9, winning it. Hanover Hill Justine was second. Bewitchin' finished third to complete the triactor. Race 1 numbers unofficial 4-3-2. The unofficial winner of the first race was number 4, All Out of Sugar. Second was number 3, Hanover Hill Justine. Third, number 2, Bewitchin'. And fourth, number 5, Bar EF Rush for Candy. Now entering the winner's enclosure is your unofficial winner of the first race of the afternoon, number 4, All Out of Sugar. The results of the first race are now official. The winner is number 4, All Out of Sugar, 5-year-old bay gelding by Sugarman Perry out of All Whacked Out by Eyes a Special. Bred and owned by Marie Broadstock, All Out of Sugar is trained by Bob Broadstock and ridden to victory by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. All Out of Sugar winning the distance with a time of 16.199 seconds, carrying a speed index of 69. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 53214. Those are the total results of the first race. In this upcoming second race, just the one overweight, number 4, Mia Havana, will carry 1 pound over.
Well, the crowd loved. What are you doing down there? The crowd loved it. The favorite, 1-9, All Out of Sugar, has won the first race, so everybody's alive in the Daily Double. They got money to bet the pick 4 and pick 5 later. This is Ontario bred for Marie Broadstock, trainer Bob Broadstock. Second win in a row for this 5-year-old gelding by Sugarman Perry. And Ramiro Castillo winning his 11th race of the meeting. So he's starting to catch up to Brian Bell there and J.B. Botello. You're catching up. 11 wins now. How was the race today, Ramiro? Now we're talking about Emilio. I'm calling you. I'm losing it. How was the race today? He was the big favorite. He won sort of like he did last time, just sort of did what he had to do.
You know something, this horse always is very goofy, okay? Scared everything. Bob now is training for 3 days in this week. I think he did nice job.
Yeah, I guess he did. Yeah, he does seem to be a horse that's kind of like spooky with the water and the clouds.
Yeah, you know, coming in the middle of the races, pay attention to the umbrellas for the wind. Oh my God, that's okay.
Well, you got it done, and everybody's happy because they all had the winner. So well done, and best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
All right, that's Ramiro Castillo, and hopefully I'll be talking better for the second race, which is coming up in 19 minutes.
race number 2 is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 85 and under, Jen. Right now we have another big favorite, the 5-horse Bodai, Helen Vanek, all the way in from Fort Erie to ride this one today.
Yeah, this is the horse that she comes to ride. Helen's very busy at Fort Erie riding the thoroughbreds, but she does come and visit us, and this is her guy that she rides for trainer Lauren Spada. There she is right there, patting her horse. Bodie won his most recent start, 400 yards, so now he's shortening up in distance, but very classy horse. He's won 5 of his 16 career races, and at Ajax Downs, since he came here from the States, he's won 4 of 9 at Ajax. He hasn't raced since June 28th, but he had a little workout at Fort Erie, a little short workout at 220 yards in good time. So he's looking very well, and, he's keeping cool, and that's important. It's a good breeze today, but it's pretty warm.
Okay, I think the horse to beat in here is going to be the 3-horse Ms. Mexican Mouse, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo riding for Bob Broadstock. They're looking for the sweep of the daily double today.
Yes, they are, and a Mexican Mouse, she is just a tough little gal, and 8 years old now. Just came off one of the races of her life. I mean, she ran a 91 speed index, second on July 16th when the track was pretty fast. She got a great ride that day, second to a horse that is a stakes winner, and she tries hard every time, Ms. Mexican Mouse. I didn't pick her to win here, but the distance suits her. She's 3 for 9 at the distance. In fact, 3 of her 4 career wins have come at this shorter 250-yard distance. So she's got a big chance.
Okay, the 6 horse is a horse you like a little bit. It's got speed. Sox to be you. Norm Lloyd D'Souza in the saddle draws the outside post today.
Yeah, so don't worry about his last race. Zox to be you is in great form this year. He won his first start of the season at 110 yards. Was in a pretty tough spot when he didn't handle the track that well June 28th, and then last time he stumbled against a very tough field. But he loves this 250-yard distance. He likes a lot of the short distances, and he's a big horse, but Norm D'Souza knows him very well, and this 9-year-old is one you should consider in your trifectas.
Let's talk about another horse in here that's actually done very well at the distance, won 4 of 9, and that's the 1 horse, I'm Speedy, 6 to 1 on the board right now.
Yeah, I'm Speedy. I picked him last time, and I probably shouldn't have because it was 110 yards, and it was just too short for him, and he didn't have a very good start. But he won his previous race at 300 yards, and he beat a mare by the name of Jessa Deal, who came back to romp in her next start. Ismail Mascara back aboard, doing quite well. And, he's got a bit of a chance to hit the top 3 here from the rail.
Cheyenne Kerr rides the 2 horse, I Want a Corona.
Yeah, he didn't have a very good start last time. In fact, he's been a bit sluggish to get going this year. Last time he broke outward, showed a bit of speed, but that was a really tough field. Sugarman's Delight was second. He came back to win last week. This horse won 3 of 14 races last year, and he's just trying to, get into the groove again. So I'm still waiting for him to show a little bit more.
Okay, and the final horse, and here's the 4 horse, Mia Havana, Carly Furlonger, riding for her partner, Scott Reed.
Yeah, so this gal, just 9 career races, and she won her maiden not long ago. Good effort last time, going 110 yards. This is a better distance for her. She's racing against some tough older horses here as a 3-year-old filly.
Okay, that's our field for race number 2. Coming up in 4 minutes. We'll see you after the race.
The horses are now entering the track for today's second race. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 85 and under, running for a purse of $9,500. Number 1, I'm Speedy, owned by Les Baker and ridden by Ismael Mosquera. Number 2 is Debbie Slater's Wanna Corona, Cheyenne Kerr aboard. Number 3 is Ms. Mexican Mouse, owned by Marie Broadstock and ridden by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 4 is Mia Havana, owned by John Wilson, Carly Furlonger in the saddle. Number 5, Bodie, owned by the partnership of Michelle and Daniel Lucas and ridden today by jockey Helen Vanek. And number 6 is Zox to Be You, owned by Steve Hunter and ridden by Norman D'Souza. That is your field for the second race, going a distance of 250 yards. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, for anyone that has the quarter horse program, if any of our jockeys win 2 races this afternoon, you will be eligible to redeem your coupon, which is in the program, for a free Frosty coupon at the merchandise booth, which is valid at the Wendy's on 274 Kingston Road right here in Ajax. In this situation, race number 2, if Ramiro Sanchez Castillo wins this race, you will be able right away to redeem your coupon from your program. All of the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. First one in, number 1, I'm Speedy. Number 2 is Awana Corona. Number 3, Ms. Mexican Mouse, trying to give Castillo and Broadstock both ends of today's daily double. Number 4 is Mia Havana, the lone 3-year-old filly in this field. 5 is Bodie, the heavy 1-2 choice. Helen Vanek aboard with her only mount of the afternoon. And the last one in, number 6, Sox to Be You. They're at the post. And they're off. Lunging at the start was Bodie. Out quickly is Awana Corona. I'm Speedy to his inside. From the outside is Zox to Be You. D'Souza has Zox to Be You gaining with every stride. Coming to the wire, but it's not enough. I'm Speedy wins it. Zox to Be You is second. And Awana Corona will complete the triactor. Race 2 numbers unofficial. 162. The unofficial winner of the second race was number 1, I'm Speedy. Second was number 6, Zox to Be You. Third, number 2, Awana Corona. And fourth, number 5, Bodie. The results of the second race are now official. The winner is number 1, I'm Speedy, a 10-year-old sorrel gelding by It's All About Speed out of Lady Cal by Calex. Bred, owned, and trained by Les Baker, I'm Speedy was ridden to victory by jockey Ismael Mosquera. I'm Speedy winning the distance with a time of 13.412 seconds, carrying a speed index of 90. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 135,642. Those are your total results of the second race. In this upcoming third race, just a couple overweights. Number 1, Up and Over, 5 pounds over, and number 2, Kefla, 2 pounds over. Race 3 is race A of this afternoon's Pick 5.
Well, he sure was speedy. 10-year-old I'm Speedy, an Ontario bred and owned and trained by Les Baker, brought over by his son Lee Baker, because Les is bringing over the next one in the next race. What a great race by I'm Speedy from the rail. That's his 12th career win in his 68th start, and he did love stretching out in distance today. I'm joined by Ismail Mascara, who has been riding this guy quite a bit lately. You won on him 2 starts ago, Ismail. Last time, too short. I picked him that day, but that was dumb because it was too short for him. And today, I mean, on the rail against a very heavy favorite in Bodie. Tell me about the race.
Well, he's such a classy horse. He knows the game pretty good. That day, we ran 110. I wouldn't, call you dumb. Like, we had 110F for running 4 by a length the time before. So it was just that we got a squeeze. We couldn't keep up with them. But definitely stretching out to 200, 250. Then he is able to put his feet in the ground and show what he can do. And thanks to God, Les, and the team that they put him ready, we beat these pretty nice horses, as you say.
Yeah, absolutely. It was like an 80-plus speed index there. And, well, he's 5 for 10 now at 250 yards. He loves that distance for sure. It's amazing, eh? 10-year-old horses, he doesn't look 10, he doesn't act 10. You don't see a lot of these types in thoroughbreds, do you? But quarter horses, they seem to stick around a long time.
Well, you got to give credit to the people behind him, Les and the team. They make a good job with him to keep him sound all the way to 10, and he's happy, and he goes to show on his performances on the track, right?
Yeah, for sure. You got the team here, and they're all matching in the colors of Les Baker here. Look at this, the red and white team. Way to go, girls. That's a good way to start the day, eh?
Yeah.
All right, Michaela says yes. All right, good luck the rest of the way. All right.
Thank you, Jen.
All right, Ismail Mascara, Les Baker, Lee Baker with I'm Speedy in race 2, and we got race 3 coming up in about 19 minutes.
Race number 3 is a speed index event. These are 3-year-olds and up with an average of 75 and under. 250 yards the distance. And Jen, the start of today's Pick 5.
Yeah, we got another big favorite here. We just saw one land fourth in the previous race. This is my best bet of the day.
Oh.
1-2. Yes, First Golden Rose. Although, just looking at the appearance of the one horse here, he's looking pretty good. But let's start on First Golden Rose. This is an Alberta-bred filly for the Spada team. And she threw her head at the start last time, sort of lunged in the air, broke inwards, and then she just really closed, like really ferociously, and ran a really good race. You know, it's taken her a while to get into the groove here since she came from Alberta last year. 4 starts at Ajax so far, and just that third place finish. But I think that, you know, if Alexis Sanchez can sort of get her out of the gate smoothly, you know, that's been sort of her problem so far. She's got a big chance. 3-5 is a little low. I'd probably prefer more like, you know, 9-5.
I did something in here I don't normally do. I picked a maiden against winners. And let me just talk about that for a second. There are 3 winners in this race out of the 5 horses, but they're only single winners, so they're all eligible non-2 life. And it took them a lot of cracks to get that win, or once they did win, took them a long time to try to break through, and they haven't been able to do that. So that's why I took the maiden in here. Ismael Mascara riding DM Paid in Advance. I like this horse today. I thought she ran a good race last time coming out of the Les Baker barn. He won the last race. Let's see if Les can win too. What do you think?
Well, she certainly is due to win. I mean, she was even money last time against other maidens. Finished second. She was second before that, and third. So she's all around the edges. I mean, she's getting there. It's just a matter of getting over the hump. And she is a factor in here because, like you said, the only horses that have won races in the field have only won one race. So she is capable. The Les Baker barn is certainly on a roll, and the 250 yards works well for this filly. I like the way she looks here. I just don't know about her winning attitude, but then I guess you could say that about the other ones.
Okay, let's talk about the other maiden in this race. That's the 2-horse Kefla, the morning line favorite at 8-5, showing no love on the board right now.
Yeah, she's, you know, she ran second 2 starts ago to All Out of Sugar, who we saw win the first race today, and she beat First Golden Rose. But First Golden Rose, of course, had that bad start. I don't know what happened last time. It was just a very mysterious race. She was in a race for maidens. It was 350 yards, and she just sort of dropped out of it early. She's back in a week. So, yeah, I'm sort of looking at others.
Okay, Joe Tavares has got the bookends in here with the 1-horse Up and Over and the 5-horse Chicks Got Me Wondering.
Yeah, I really like the looks of the one here. You know, he's a 6-year-old with 1 career win, but he's only run 24 times. And he is very quick out of the gate. Broke so fast last time in a race that I thought was tougher. And it was 400 yards. Now he's shortening up to 250. I think it's going to work out well for him. And, yeah, I think he's got a big chance here.
Okay, and the 5-horse Chicks Got Me Wondering?
Yeah, so Chicks Got Me Wondering, another one with 1 career win. He's been 4th in his last 3 consecutive races. He was behind Kefla and First Golden Rose in his most recent start. Still waiting for him to sort of round into form.
That's our field for race number 3, the start of today's Pick 5. Make sure you wager early and don't get shut out. We got a big Pick 5 coming up in about 7 minutes.
The horses are now entering the track for today's third race. It's for 3-year-olds and upward with an average speed index of 75 and under, running for a purse of $8,500. Number 1, Up and Over, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by Ed Walton. Number 2 is Sean Slater's Kefla, ridden today by jockey J.B. Botello. Number 3 is DM Paid in Advance, owned by the partnership of Earl Foster and Les Baker, and ridden by jockey Ismael Mosquera. Number 4 is First Golden Rose, owned by Craig Spada, Alexis Sanchez aboard. And number 5 is Chicks Got Me Wonderin', owned by Joe Tavares, and ridden today by jockey Cheyenne Kerr. That is your field for the third race, going a distance of 250 yards. Race 3 is Race A of this afternoon's Pick 5. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. Number 1, Up and Over, is the first one in. One of 2 in this field for Joe Tavares. Number 2 is Kefla. Right alongside, number 3, DM Paid in Advance. They are both still maidens, looking for their first score of their career. Number 4 is First Golden Rose, the heavy choice at 3 to 5 on the board. And the last one in, the other Joe Tavares horse, number 5, Chicks Got Me Wonderin', the lone gray in this field. They're at the post. And they're off. Coming together, we're up and over in first Golden Rose. They've left behind Kefla, DM paid in advance, and Chicks Got Me Wondering. It's a two-horse battle. Up and over in first Golden Rose. Up and over in first Golden Rose. Up and over in first Golden Rose. Chicks Got Me Wondering from the extreme outside came on to finish third. To complete the triactor, race 3 numbers unofficial, 145. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have an objection in this third race. The trainer of the number 2 horse, Kefla, the unofficial 5th place finisher, has lodged a claim of foul against both the number 1 Up and Over, your unofficial winner, and number 3 DM paid in advance, your unofficial 4th place finisher. Hold all tickets, please. The race is under review by the stewards. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have an additional inquiry in this third race by the stewards on the number 4 horse, First Golden Rose. Stewards' inquiry regarding number 4, First Golden Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention. The trainers claim a foul 2 against both 1 and 3 have been disallowed. However, due to the stewards' inquiry, the number 4 horse, First Golden Rose, has been disqualified from second and placed fourth in behind the number 3 horse, DM Paid in Advance, for causing interference after the start. Once again, trainers claim a foul, the 2 against both 1 and 3 disallowed. However, after the stewards' inquiry regarding the number 4 horse, First Golden Rose, she has been disqualified from second and placed fourth in behind the number 3 horse, DM Paid in Advance, for causing interference to number 3, DM Paid in Advance, right after the start. Therefore, the new numbers on the board will become 1534. 1534 is now your official results of the third race. Number 1, Up and Over, is the race winner, 6-year-old Bay Gelding by Sugarman Perry out of Eileen Dover by First and Cool. Bred by Christine Tavares, owned and trained by Joe Tavares, and ridden to victory by jockey Ed Walton. Up and Over winning the distance with a time of 13.565 seconds, carrying a speed index of 84. Rechecking the order of finish from top to bottom in your program, the new order of finish should read 15342. Those are your total results of the third race. In this upcoming fourth race, we have the following overweights. Number 1, Had to Be Relentless, 1 pound over. Number 2, Snow Moose, 3 pounds over. And number 4, Hanover Hill Teresa, 5 pounds over. Race 4 is Race A of this afternoon's Pick 4.
Okay, welcome back, Jennifer. The opinion I'm going to express is my own opinion, not the opinion of Ajax Downs or Jennifer Morrison, but I have to say our stewards got that last race bang on right. That was the right call. Good job upstairs, guys. If anyone had to come down, it had to be the horse that came second. That's my editorial on that. Let's move on to race number 4, 400 yards of distance. I got you scared, though. You didn't know what I was going to say. 400 yards of distance. This is an allowance race. These are 3-year-olds and up. Never won 5 or Ontario sires that have never won 6. You don't see this condition very often, but you've got, in my opinion, 3 horses in here that can win this race, and they're all really, really good horses.
Well, we have the best 3-year-old on the ground, Snow Moose, and he's won 2 stakes races this year. I mean, look at him. Every time he comes over to the track now, he looks more and more regal. And he's just a 3-year-old, 4 wins and 9 starts, an Ontario bred for Melina Fitchin and Jason Pascoe. Brian Bell rides. I mean, this horse is just something else. 101 speed index when he won the Ontario bred Derby on July 5th. Now, he is racing against another 3-year-old in here, a horse that actually beat him earlier this year, the 5, One Fabulous Wave, who's also coming off a big effort. He won his most recent start, also with the 101 speed index, and he was rebounding off of a loss to Snow Moose before that when he had a bad start. So the 2 3-year-olds taking on some older horses, Nick.
Yeah, and the older horses that they have to take on, especially the one horse, Had to Be Relentless, is a really, really nice horse. I mean, look at the only horse he can't beat. Had to Be Ivory. He's the best horse in Canada, without a doubt. And he's no Had to Be Ivories in this race. Josh got back from an absence riding at Woodbine, is back at Ajax Downs today.
Yeah, Had to Be Relentless, chasing his older half-brother last time in the Ontario bred Maturity. And again, another horse that has a 101 speed index from his last race. The July 16th card, though, I will say, the track was very fast that day, plus it was very windy. Horses had a good tailwind that day, but still, Had to Be Relentless. Other than the disqualification, he'd be like, 2 wins this year and 4 starts. And last time was just a tremendous effort in that field with Had to Be Ivory. So he has the rail post today. I don't think he's been in the rail for a while. He was last June, finished second. But 400 yards is good for him, so I think it's a real good battle here between the 2 inside horses.
Yeah, I think so too. And really, I think the only other horse that could really compete in here is the 5. 3 and the 4, I don't really think that I think they're overmatched in this race, even though the 4 horse has got some back class. Hanover Hill Teresa has won at the distance. I think she's just a little bit outmatched in here. My question to you is, between the 1, 2, and 5, how's this race going to go? Who's going to be in front? Who's going to stalk? Who's going to sit third? How do you see this, Jen?
2 horse will be breaking on top, and he'll be in the lead, and it'll be a matter of the 1 trying to catch him and the 5 trying to catch him on the outside. So that's how I see it. The 3 horse, Mom's Extravagant Heart, very hard-knocking fellow. I mean, look at how many times he's been in the money, but he runs second a lot, 14 second place finishes. But this is a tough group for him. And Hanover Hill Teresa, like you said, she likes the distance. And the barn just won the most recent race. But I'd be a little surprised. But I think the 2 horse, Snow Moose, has to be caught.
Yeah, I think you're right, too. And I did pick 2-1. But I'll tell you one thing right now. If the board doesn't change, I'm betting a 1. I'm betting the 1 at 2 to 1's a really good price on Had to Be Relentless. I really thought that this horse would have been the favorite, even though Snow Moose has got all the credentials and all the wins. Still has to take on older horses, and this 1 horse, he's been running with the best. That's our thoughts for race number 4, the start of the Pick 4 today. Both Jen and I will be with you for the run-up to this race.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fourth race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, which have never won 5 races, or Ontario bred, which have never won 6 races, running for a purse of $12,000. Number 1, Had to Be Relentless, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, and ridden by jockey Josh Scott. Number 2 is Snow Moose, owned by Milena Fitchin, and ridden by jockey Brian Bell. Number 3 is Chantal Bourgeois' Mom's Extravagant Heart, Cassandra Jeske aboard. Number 4 is the Peacock Cattle Company's Hanover Hill Teresa, Eddie Walton in the saddle. And completing the field, number 5 is One Fabulous Wave, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, and ridden today by jockey Ismael Mosquera. That is your field for the fourth race, going a distance of 400 yards. Race 4 is Race A of this afternoon's Pick 4.
Race number 4, the start of today's Pick 4 coming up in about a minute. If you haven't bet your ticket, get to that window. Make sure you get your bet in, or if you're on HPI, go ahead and make your bet on HPI. 2 horse, 8-5. 1 horse, Had to Be Relentless, 4-5. Jen, what did you see that maybe people are seeing out there that are changing the favorite?
Yeah, I'm saying this as a huge fan of the 3-year-old Snow Moose. But the 1 horse, Had to Be Relentless, just when he went by me here, with his game face on and absolute just rippling muscles and just ready to go. He's just a huge, massive, muscular horse. You know, Snow Moose is a 3-year-old. He's very light, sort of almost like a narrow, thoroughbred type. Had to Be Relentless is just a chunk. He's an older horse. Boy, oh boy. The 1 horse gets my call just from appearance.
Boy, just by that description, that was a pretty in-depth description of the 1. Jennifer likes the 1 with about 1 minute to post. Go ahead and get your wager in.
All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates, and they are now entering the starting gates. Number 1 Had to Be Relentless, the first one in, one of 2 in this field for Bryn Robertson. Number 2 is Snow Moose. Currently even money on the board, trying to run his winning streak to 4. Number 3 is Mom's Extravagant Heart, the longest shot on the board at 11-1. 4 is Hanover Hill Teresa, the lone mare in the field, trying to give Walton and Tavares back-to-back winners. And the last one in is One Fabulous Wave. They're at the post. And they're off. Snow Moose broke out the quickest. Right alongside Mom's Extravagant Heart. In the center is Hanover Hill Teresa towards the fence. Had to Be Relentless now coming on to join Snow Moose. It's Snow Moose still 3 parts of a length. Late close by One Fabulous Wave. Gaining with every stride, but Snow Moose is going to hold off One Fabulous Wave to win it. Third was Had to Be Relentless. Race 4 numbers unofficial. 251. The unofficial winner of the 4th race was number 2, Snow Moose. Second was number 5, One Fabulous Wave. Third, number 1, Had to Be Relentless. And fourth, number 4, Hanover Hill Teresa. The results of the fourth race are now official. The winner is number 2, Snow Moose, 3-year-old Grey Gelding by Separate Interest out of Favorite Pearl by Favorite Cartel. Bred and owned by Milena Fitchin, Snow Moose is trained by Jason Pasco and ridden to victory by jockey Brian Bell. Snow Moose winning the distance with a time of 19.822 seconds, carrying a speed index of 102. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 31542. Those are your total results of the fourth race. In this upcoming fifth race, just the following overweights. Number 1, Fast Streak and Nick, 5 pounds over. Number 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar, 6 pounds over. And number 5, Raptor, 1 pound over.
Snow Moose has won again, a 3-year-old, defeating older horses. Actually, he defeated the other 3-year-old. One Fabulous Wave with Had to Be Relentless third. Snow Moose now with 5 career wins and 10 starts and 4 wins in a row, 2 stakes races. There is no stopping this gray guy. And he's owned and bred in Ontario by Milena Fitchin, trained by Jason Pasco, ridden by Brian Bell. Brian, this was a great matchup. Looks like a race that maybe the 3-year-olds were sort of using for a big stake coming up, the Peacock Derby. What a race, though. A small field, but Had to Be Relentless, a very good horse. Tell me how the race went.
You know what, the race went good. I was kind of skeptic going into this because Jason said he probably needs this race before he goes to the next stake, and I'll tell you what, he never bet an eyelash.
Wow, and he's, I was sort of thinking he was going to break on top and sort of make the other ones run at him, and I think Had to Be Relentless sort of came up to you on the inside at first.
Yeah, he came up, and then I saw Ishmael slowly gaining, and he started drifting out just a little bit to see that competition, and he just prevailed.
102 speed index. I mean, this kid's he's going up.
You know what, honestly, there's nothing to say about this horse. Just a pleasure to ride.
Well, good for you, Brian. Well done. That's your 19th win of the season so far. He's our leading rider, Brian Bell. And we have race 5 coming up after that great race won by Snow Moose.
Race number 5 is an allowance event. These are 3-year-olds and up that have not finished third or lower, no, who have finished third or lower in their last 3 starts. 110 yards. The Gridiron Gallop is coming up, and we've got a field of 5 going postward, Jen. Let's start with the 1-horse, Fast Streaking Nick, your selection in here.
Yes, Fast Streaking Nick. He is the only guy in the race that's won a race going 110 yards, so that's saying something. And he ran so much better last time, 4th in a race that his stablemate Perry Funny Steven won, and he was very strong that day. I think Fast Streaking Nick is a nice fit in this allowance event. And take note that last year, his first start of the year, he won going 110 yards. That was back Eddie Walton riding that day, and he's reunited with him. And Eddie's already won a race today for the Tavares stable. So 7-5, a little bit low for me, but he is my top pick.
Let's go to the next horse, the 2-horse, also coming out of the Joe Tavares barn, a fancy arrangement, Cassandra Jeske.
Yeah, she was in action just a week ago. Eddie Walton's been riding her, but he's going to take the 1. She pretty much lost all chance last time with that bobble at the start, but she did break very fast, and she is good coming out of the gate. This is her first try going 110 yards, so I like the way she presents herself here. She's very calm, looking very well. 7-year-old mare, and Cassandra Jeske is going to ride her. And the last time this horse won, Cassandra was riding.
Bob Rothstock sends out the 3-horse, Miss Orient Express.
Yeah, she's tried the distance twice, and that was her last 2 races. Forget about last time, and she was the favorite that day, but she actually stood there for about a split second when the gates opened, and by that time the race was over, because, it takes less than 7 seconds or so for the race to run. Before that, 110 yards, she ran very well behind some tough ones. Pretty Runaway and First Cold Wave, the first 2 finishers that day, both came back to win their next races, and she looks really good in the walking ring here. Right now, she's the even money favorite.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. She looks spectacular in there. 4-horse, Runaway Lights and Caviar, D.I. Benitez in the saddle for owner-trainer James Bogart.
So she was in the same race on July 12th as, I'm trying to see here, Miss Orient Express, when Miss Orient Express didn't break all that well. And this gal was 3rd, and Crash on Oki was the winner that day, and Favorite Pearl was 2nd. Now, her most recent start, going 110 yards, just a very fast race. It was much faster. Jezebella, I think, Icon, and she just couldn't quite keep up to those horses. And you can see the comment line said, good effort. It was a good effort. It's just against very tough horses. These are a little bit easier, so she is worth a look.
Last and not least, the 5-horse Raptor, Carly Furlonger riding for Scott Reed.
Well, he's got his own following, Raptor. He's kind of a popular guy because he does try hard in his races, but sometimes he just, is his own worst enemy at the gate. Last time he had an excellent start. He finished a very close 3rd to Perry Funny Steven, and again, that was a pretty sharp race, 85 speed index. This is his first try going 110, but he's going to have to really be on his best behavior and break properly. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to do it. But, he's interesting to me, especially at 9-2.
That's our field for race number 5 coming up in 6 minutes. Let me remind everyone, we are back here the next 2 Wednesdays before our Family Fun Day, of course, on August the 27th, which is a Sunday. The doors open at 10 a.m. We're going to have family action all day, and all proceeds, of course, go to our favorite charity, the Ajax Pickering Hospital Foundation. Hopefully you can be able to make it here. That's Sunday, August the 27th. Doors open at 10. First post time, I believe, is around 12:55. We're going to have a great day. Don't miss it. This race is coming up in 5 minutes.
The horses are now entering the track for today's fifth race. It's an allowance for 3-year-olds and upward, which have finished third or lower in their last 3 starts at Ajax Downs, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, Fast Streakin' Nick, owned by Joe Tavares and ridden by Ed Walton. Number 2 is A Fancy Arrangement, also owned by Joe Tavares and ridden today by jockey Cassandra Jeske. Number 3 is Miss Orient Express, owned by the partnership of Marie Broadstock and Jean-Claude Marchand, and ridden by Ramiro Sanchez Castillo. Number 4 is James Bogar's Runaway Lights and Caviar, D.I. Benitez aboard. And completing the field, number 5 is Raptor, owned by the partnership of Scott Reed and Colleen McCracken, Carly Furlonger aboard. That is your field for the fifth race, going a distance of 110 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting point. It's post time. First one in, number 1, Fast Streakin' Nick, trying to give Walton and Tavares their second winner of the afternoon. Number 2 is A Fancy Arrangement, Also owned by Joe Tavares, looking for his second winner on the card, with Cassandra Jeske aboard. 3 is Miss Orient Express. Ramiro Castillo looking for his second winner for Bob Broadstock. 4 is Runaway Lights and Caviar. And the last one in is Raptor. They're at the post. And they're off. Miss Orient Express in the center of the track. Runaway Lights and Caviar and Raptor. It's Miss Orient Express to win it. It looks like Runaway Lights and Caviar got second and Fast Streak and Nick third. The unofficial winner of the 5th race was number 3, Miss Orient Express. Second was number 4, Runaway Lights and Caviar. In the show photo, it was number 1, Fast Streak and Nick, getting third over number 5, Raptor, finishing 4th. The results of the 5th race are now official. The winner was number 3, Miss Orient Express, 5-year-old brown mare by Freight Train B out of G. Witt by One Famous Eagle. Foaled in Louisiana by Spring Hill Farms LLC, Miss Orient Express is owned by the partnership of Marie Broadstock and Jean-Claude Marchand, trained by Bob Broadstock, and ridden to victory by jockey Ramiro Sanchez Castillo, his second win of the afternoon. Miss Orient Express winning the distance with a time of 6.986 seconds, carrying a speed index of 93. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 35124. Those are your total results of the 5th race. In this upcoming 6th race, the following overweights: number 2, Joe Checkers, 2 pounds over; number 3, Ruby Sunday, 1 pound over; and number 5, Queen Charlotte, 3 pounds over. You are now able to redeem your coupon from your program for a free Frosty.
We're going to dedicate this race to our friend John Watkins, good friend of Ajax Downs and all the horse people here. We lost John suddenly last week. Loved the races. He took beautiful photos at the Standardbreds, the Thoroughbreds, and here at Ajax Downs. Ajax Downs has used a lot of his photos, and he was very gracious about sharing his photos, and he loved horses and everybody here. So we're going to miss you, John. Condolences to your family, Jane, and God bless, John.
Okay, John, we're going to give you a winner. You can't just dedicate a race. I'm going to give you the winner here, the one-horse Crash on Okie. 4-5 right now, but I think the price might go up a little bit. Alexis Sanchez looking to ride this horse, looking for the third consecutive win on this horse. Jen, what do you think of Crash on Okie?
Yeah, definitely a strong factor, 4-5. He's coming back in 1 week, but, you know, if a horse is hot, why not? And he's, like you said, he's won 2 races in a row, and before that, 2 close second-place finishes. So he fits in very well here at Ajax Downs, and 300 yards, he just won at that distance. So the field might be a little bit tougher than what he beat last time. But, yeah, he's very strong here.
Let's go through the field. The 2-horse Joe Checkers, J.B. Botello, riding for Jason Pasco.
Yeah, well, he won a trial for that unclassified maturity race back in June, finished 3rd in that maturity, but then his last 2 starts haven't been that great. Not a great start, July 16th. Last time was okay, but, you know, he just hasn't had that oomph. And I don't know if it's the tougher competition. He makes an excellent appearance here in the walking ring. Nice, bright, sorrel-colored, healthy-looking horse. 14-1, big odds. But, yeah, he's going to have to show me a bit more.
The 3-horse Ruby Sunday also looking for her 3rd victory in a row.
Yeah, and she was very strong last time, just reaching out and striding away, just looked very good. This is a filly that really could be any kind, I think. Improved to an 86 speed index last time. She's moving up in class, as some of these are off the win, so we'll see what she's got. But, yeah, she's interesting.
The 4-horse Isaac Cocoa Puff coming out of the Chantal Bourgeois barn. This horse here won 2 starts back.
Yeah, and that was her season debut, and that was an impressive victory. She really motored that day, won by a nose. And then last time, behind the stakes horse, Jess Carolina's Award, she finished pretty well. Ms. Mexican Mouse was 2nd, and she ran earlier today. I like her in this spot. I think she's a filly on the improve, a mare, I should say, and it's only her 3rd race of the year, so I think she's got a good chance. Just watching her here in the walking ring, and she's being a little bit sassy.
Yeah, she's one of 2 older horses in the race. The rest of them are 3-year-olds. Speaking of 3-year-olds, the 5-horse Queen Charlotte draws the outside for Brian Bell, James Bogart. They've been quite the combination lately.
42% wins this combination. Wow. So, yeah, they're very strong, and this gal's won 2 races of her last 3. So she has really improved this season. 89 speed index last time. The horse that she beat in her latest, Francesca, is competing in the next race, the Princess Derby. So a major contender here, Queen Charlotte.
Win, place, show, exactor, triactor, superfecta, daily double. Wagering coming up in about 6 minutes. Don't forget, the feature race on today's card of racing is the 7th and final race on today's card, the 9th running of the Princess Derby. $51,930 up for grabs coming up to you after this race. Good luck with your wagering. We'll see you after the 6th.
horses are now entering the track for today's sixth race. It's a speed index race for 3-year-olds and upward with a speed index that has never been better than 90, running for a purse of $10,000. Number 1, Krashanoki, owned by Craig Spada and ridden by Alexis Sanchez. Number 2 is Joe Checkers, owned by Jennifer Zurowski, the mount to J.B. Botello. Number 3 is Ruby Sunday, owned by Colleen McCracken and ridden by Carly Furlonger. Number 4 is Isa Cocoa Puff, owned by Chantal Bourgeois, Cassandra Jeske in the saddle. And number 5 is Queen Charlotte, owned by James Bogar and ridden by Brian Bell. That is your field for the sixth race, going a distance of 300 yards. All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. Just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, not to forget to mark down on your calendar Sunday, August 27th and Sunday, September 3rd. Those will be our final 2 Sundays of the quarter horse racing season to be run on those days. Sunday, August 27th will be Family Fun Day, and then Sunday, September 3rd, Fan Appreciation Day, both starting first race post times at 12:55. And we will resume live racing here next Wednesday with our usual first race post time of 1:30. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. The horses are now entering the starting gates. The favorite, 4 to 5 on the board. Number 1, Krashanoki, is in. Number 2 is Joe Checkers. Krashanoki looking for his 3rd consecutive victory, as is number 3, Ruby Sunday. 4, Isaac Cocoa Puff goes in. And the last one to load from the extreme outside, number 5, Queen Charlotte, looking for her second win in a row. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Crush on Oki towards the rail. In the center is Ruby Sunday. On the outside, Isaac Cocoa Puff and Queen Charlotte, but Crash on Oki is the early leader. Coming on from the outside is Isaac Cocoa Puff and Queen Charlotte. It's Crash on Oki. Crash on Oki wins it. Queen Charlotte second, and Isaac Cocoa Puff will complete the triactor. Race numbers unofficial 154. The results of the sixth race are now official. The winner was number 1, Crash on Oki, 3-year-old bay gelding by Crash Cartel out of Stay In on Oki by Okie Dokie Dale. Foaled in Mexico by Isaac Fair, Crash on Oki is owned by Craig Spada, trained by Lauren Spada, and ridden to victory by Alexis Sanchez. Crash on Oki winning the distance with a time of 15.542 seconds, carrying a speed index of 91. Rechecking from top to bottom, order of finish in your program should read 14532. Those are the total results of the sixth race. In this upcoming seventh and feature race of the afternoon, we have the following overweights. Number 1, Damn I'm Relentless, 3 pounds over. Both number 2, Had to Be Ivy, and number 3, Just a KVN, 1 pound over. Number 5, Aquatica, 6 pounds over. Number 7, Valiant Chicken Snow is 2 pounds over. And number 9, Silver Lining, 5 pounds over.
Crash on Oki. That's 3 wins in a row for this 3-year-old gelding. He is on the rise, and now he's got a 91 speed index, so that's the best of his career. And the owner is Craig Spada, Lauren Spada, the trainer. She's gone back to the barn because she's got to do some more horse stuff. The breeder, Isaac Fair in Mexico. So Crash on Oki was born in Mexico. You know who else was born in Mexico? This guy right here, right? Alexis Sanchez, I mean, on a roll, and certainly with the Spada barn. And Alexis, 3 wins in a row for this guy. 2 narrow misses before that. I mean, you guys are a great pair. How did the race go today?
You know what? The horse is amazing. The horse does everything by himself. I'm pretty much just barely help him as much as I can, and he just enjoy what he's doing. He's always ready.
And I guess riding in this extremely hot weather doesn't bother you anything?
No, it doesn't bother me.
And you're keeping up with your work schedule, eh? You're riding at Woodbine and Fort Erie, and you're riding here once a week, and you're doing very well. So you're keeping up with everything.
I try to take one step at a time, and it's been working really good. So I just gonna keep working it like that. Always thankful for having Lauren and Mr. Sprague by my side, my dad, my family, who always supported me, and then all of us are a team.
That's great. Well, congratulations, Alexis. Let's bring in Mr. Spada here. Craig, Lauren out on her own for the first time with these horses this year. A little bit of a slow start, but things are really rolling now, aren't they?
Yeah, she works hard, and I'm really proud of her. I can't tell you how proud I am of her, because when you lose at the beginning, it's really tough to keep plugging away, and that's the thing about life, isn't it? And it proves and gives a lot of things in life. So when she has some hard knocks, I'm sure she'll be able to pick it up.
And you guys have put a lot of faith into a young rider who had not ridden a horse race before this year, and he's been getting a lot of work at Ajax with other trainers and stuff, his dad Ramiro Castillo. But you guys put a lot of faith in him and have watched him grow, and he's improving.
Yeah, I wasn't excited about him at first, I'll be honest, and Lauren says he's good, and I can't, he's won me over. So I'm really proud of him as well. He's got a work ethic that's incredible, and you can't teach that, right? So that's what, when you see a kid like that, he deserves to win.
That's great. Well, thank you, Craig, and keep up the good work. That is the 6th win for you guys. All right. Okay, and we got the big race coming right up. The horses are coming over for the Princess Derby. It's worth $50,000 plus.
Race number 7 is the feature race on today's card of racing, the 9th running of the Princess Derby. 51,000 up for grabs, Jen. And right now, let's talk about the 7-horse Valiant Chicken Snow. JB Botello riding for Jason Pascoe, 7-5 right now.
Yeah, I mean, she deserves to be the favorite, Nick. I mean, she's done little wrong in 2 seasons. Last year, one of the top 2-year-old fillies here at Ajax Downs. I'm just taking a look at her. Just trying to see where she is over there. Yeah, she's just walking around nicely. Hasn't got her saddle on yet. But so last year, like I said, a good record. This year, started the year with a victory in Kentucky and a close second to Snow Moose in the Open Derby. We've already seen what Snow Moose has done today with that 102 Speed Index victory. And Valiant Chicken Snow won her latest, a nice little allowance race. 2 horses have come out of that race to win their next start. So she has all the ability and all the tools, and the race pretty much runs through her.
Let's talk about the 2-horse. Had to be Ivy. Josh Scott, Bryn Robertson, the trainer in here. This horse is right now a juicy 27-1.
Yeah, and I'm just taking a look at her. She's very calm. She has really sort of matured this year. She was quite a handful last season as a 2-year-old and the beginning of this year, but she showed a nice closing kick in her most recent start. Of course, she's a full sister to Had to Be Ivory, Horse of the Year of last year and previously. Just finished so strong last time, went 4th to Snow Moose, and she gets more distance. This is the first time she gets 350 yards, so I like her chances as long as she has a smooth break from the 2-post.
Okay, let's talk about a horse that I like a little bit in here, and that, of course, is the 4-horse First Prize Charlotte. Tony Phillips riding for Michelle Woodley. I know that this filly has not had a great year this year, but she was such a nice 2-year-old. Can she turn it around? I know Michelle has taken some time with this horse, given her 7 weeks off before this race.
Yeah, I think you made a good point about Charlotte here. I think she's the sneaky horse in the race. Forget about her last race. She lunged at the start inwards, and then by the time Tony Phillips corrected her coming out of the gate, the race was essentially over. Snow Moose, the winner, Had to Be Ivy second. But before that, she was beaten just a neck in her first start after the long winter layoff. I like the fact that she's had an interim workout. She's a stakes winner from last season. She can run in the high 80s. She might be able to run a 90, so that puts her in the picture.
The 5-horse Aquatica coming also out of the Jason Pascoe barn. D.I. Benitez on this one.
Yeah, so Aquatica, of course, was the sensation the beginning of this year. She won her first 3 races of the season, including a trial for the unclassified maturity. But she had a botched start in the actual final for that race. Got back into form last time. Dead heated for second, right behind Valiant Chicken Snow. She tried real hard, and it was an excellent effort. This is her first time moving out in distance to 350.
The 6-horse, 36-1 right now with that hot Alexis Sanchez.
Francesca, yes, she has been a little feisty here in the walking ring, but she's settled down now. She's really blossomed this year. She won her maiden second time out this season. She's run 3 times since then. Most recently second to Queen Charlotte, who we just saw run a very good second in the previous race. So an improving filly, but has to prove herself against these kind.
Okay, and the 10-horse, Katie on Fire. Ramiro Sanchez Castillo draws the outside with this 3-year-old filly who's actually had a really good start to her campaign this year, winning 2 of 4.
Makes a really, really impressive appearance here in the walking ring. Her tail is out. She looks very shiny and calm, cool, and collected. Like you said, Nick, she's won her last 2 starts. One was at 110, one was at 250. She moves out in distance now, so we'll see how she does. The Ramiro Castillo, Bob Broadstock team looking for their 3rd win of the day. This filly's very interesting to me. Just want to check the odds board here. 3-1, so people are betting her. She's got a big fan club here, the Katie on Fire Syndicate stable, a group of people, some of them new owners in the business, and lots of them here to cheer her on. She looks great.
Okay, that's our field. I mean, that's our field coming up in about 7 minutes from now. Both Jen and I are going to be with you for the run-up to this race, and we'll see you in a little bit.
The horses are now parading onto the track for the 7th and feature race of the afternoon. It's the 9th running of the Princess Derby for 3-year-old fillies with $50,000 added, running for a purse of $51,930. Number 1, Damn I'm Relentless, owned by Mark Ryu, trained by Jason Pascoe, and ridden today by jockey Brian Bell. Number 2 is Had to Be Ivy, owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, trained by Bryn Robertson. The jockey is Josh Scott. Number 3 is Rick Kennedy's Just a KVN, Carly Furlonger aboard. Number 4, First Prize Charlotte, owned by Richard Winsakabi, trained by Michelle Woodley, and ridden by Tony Phillips. Number 5 is Jason Pascoe's Aquatica, D.I. Benitez aboard. Number 6 is the Big Dog Racing Stables Francesca, trained by Carol McIntyre and ridden today by jockey Alexis Sanchez. Number 7 is Valiant Chicken Snow, owned by Milena Fitchin, trained by Jason Pasco, the jockey J.B. Botello. Number 8 is 5 Fillies Racing's A Russian Lily, trained by Chantal Bourgeois and ridden by Cassandra Jeske. Number 9 is Silver Lining, owned by Michelle Woodley and ridden by Ed Walton. And completing the field, number 10 is Katie on Fire Stables, Katie on Fire, Ramiro Sanchez Castillo aboard. That is your field for the 7th race, going a distance of 350 yards.
The race coming up right now is the feature race on our card today, the 9th running of the Princess Derby. And right now, Jen, who did you see on that post parade that might have leaned you one way or the other?
Oh, well, they're very nice looking 3-year-old fillies. 2 horses actually didn't partake in the post parade. There was a 2 horse, had to be Ivy, who looked very well, and the 8 horse, the very lightly raced, a Russian Lily, for the 5 fillies syndicate, and all 5 fillies are here. So other than those 2 leaving the walking or the post parade, it was hard to choose, but I would say I like the 2 Michelle Woodley horses. The 4 horse, First Prize Charlotte, the one that you like, Nick. She looked very, very strong, very like well-controlled energy. And I like the 10 horse, her appearance, and the 7 Valiant Chicken Snow, very professional out there.
There you go. That's the word from the rail from Jennifer Morrison, our ace handicapper here at Ajax Downs. Let me remind everyone, we're back here next Wednesday, same channel, same time. We'll see you next week.
All the horses are now approaching the starting gates. They'll be loading shortly. All the horses have now reached the starting gates. It's post time. First one in is number 1, Damn I'm Relentless. 1 of 3 in this field for Jason Pasco. Brian Bell looking for his second winner in the card. Number 2 has Had to Be Ivy. 6, Aquatica. Correction, 6 is Francesca. 7, Valiant Chicken Snow. The 6-5 favorite is in. 3, number 4, First Prize Charlotte. Number 9, Silver Lining going in. Stablemate of First Prize Charlotte. We have 2 left to load. We have number 8, A Russian Lily, the lone maiden in the field. And number 10 is Katie on Fire, trying to give Bob Broadstock and Ramiro Sanchez Castillo their third win of the afternoon. Katie on Fire is in. Now waiting upon number 8, A Russian Lily. They've loaded number 8, A Russian Lily, and now Cassandra Jeske climbs aboard, and the last one in will be number 3, Just a KVN. They're now all in. They're at the post. Acting up in the gate, number 3 is Just a KVN. They're at the post. And they're off in the Princess Derby. First Prize Charlotte in the center. Towards the fences, Damn I'm Relentless and Had to Be Ivy. Very sharp. Had to Be Ivy is the one to call her. From the far outside, Silver Lining is coming on. Here comes Katie on Fire, but Had to Be Ivy is going to win the Princess Derby. Silver Lining was second. It looks like First Prize Charlotte and Katie on Fire. The unofficial winner of the 7th race, the Princess Derby, is number 2, Had to Be Ivy. Second was number 9, Silver Lining. Third, number 4, First Prize Charlotte. And fourth, number 10, Katie on Fire. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have a steward's inquiry in this Princess Derby race regarding the start on the number 4 horse, First Prize Charlotte. Please hold on to all tickets. The race is under review by the stewards. Hold on to all tickets until the 7th race has been posted official. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, we also have an additional objection in this 7th race. The jockey of number 5, Aquatica, D.I. Benitez, has claimed a foul against number 4, First Prize Charlotte. Hold all tickets, please. The race is under review by the stewards. Now in the winner's enclosure is your unofficial winner of the Princess Derby. That's number 2, Had to Be Ivy. Full sister to multiple Canadian champion, Had to Be Ivory. Also, attention, ladies and gentlemen, we have an additional objection. Number 8, a Russian Lily, the 10th place finisher, has also lodged a claim of foul against your unofficial 3rd place finisher, number 4, First Prize Charlotte. If I can have your attention, ladies and gentlemen, after a review of the video, the stewards have determined that number 4, First Prize Charlotte, did indeed interfere. Horses on his outside, the 5, 6, 7, and 8, and have disqualified him from third and placed her last. Therefore, the new numbers on the board now becoming official will be 2, 9, 10, 7. That's 2, 9, 10, 7, your official top 4 numbers superfecta in this 7th and final race of the afternoon. The results of the 7th race are now official. The winner is number 2, Had to Be Ivy, 3-year-old Bay Filly by Ivory James out of Had to Be Fandango by Had to Be Nuts. Bred and owned by the partnership of Carol and Jamie Robertson, Had to Be Ivy is trained by Bryn Robertson and ridden to victory by jockey Josh Scott. Had to Be Ivy winning the distance with a time of 17.710 seconds, carrying a speed index of 98. Second was number 9, Silver Lining. Third, number 10, Katie on Fire. And fourth, number 7, Valiant Chicken Snow. Rechecking from top to bottom, the new order of finish in your program should read 718, 1065, 4923. Those are your total results of the 7th race. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our day of live racing here at Ajax Downs. Until next Wednesday, with first race post time 1:30. Until then, this is Frank Ferrari wishing everyone a safe drive home. We will now take it down to the winner's circle with Jennifer Morrison and the winning connections of the Princess Derby, Carol, Jamie Robertson, Bryn Robertson, and jockey Josh Scott.
What a race that was, and it was Had to Be Ivy, the full sister to Horse of the Year, Had to Be Ivory, winning the Princess Derby, the 9th running of the race, $51,930. Big win for this filly, daughter of Ivory James, bred by Carol and Jamie Robertson, trained by Bryn Robertson, ridden by Josh Scott, who was getting a little bit of heat stroke, I think, and he had to go wandering off. It's very warm here. So Had to Be Ivy, her first win of this season, her second career win. Big effort. I'll start with you, Jamie, as co-breeder and owner with Carol. Tell me about this filly. She's been a little bit of a handful, I think, and but as a full sister to Had to Be Ivory, she looked like she had the tools. She put it all together today, didn't she?
Yes, she did. She did amazing. She is definitely a spicy filly, and I have to hand it to my husband. He's been training her really well at home. She requires a lot of consistency, and I think that's the key with her. Just keep going with her, and like you said, she has the breeding, so we've been waiting for this. And, you know, we're just super happy, and it's kind of a tribute to her mom because we lost her mom this year. And this just makes it all worthwhile because hopefully she'll stay around as a broodmare.
Yes, I know. It's sad for Had to Be Fandango, such a wonderful broodmare for you guys. You're talking, of course, about Mike, your husband, Mike Robertson, who rides the horses, and Bryn and Carol's son, and just tremendous effort by everybody on the teams. I know Jamie works hard as well. Bryn, yeah, what's the secret? Jamie said consistency, just getting her to settle down.
Yeah, she was fighting herself, and she's kind of tough in the stall. But she wasn't bad today, but she never settles, and you're always worried that she'll take so much out of her. But today she broke right on top and kept on going.
And it helps that she goes away from the post parade without the other horses?
Yeah, she gets excited in front of the horses and the fans. So we asked if we could go around, and it seemed to work good. She was good in the gate. She stood in there for so long, it was unbelievable. And broke on top and kept on going.
Incredible mare that Had to Be Fandango, eh? With Had to Be Ivory, Had to Be Relentless. I mean, he's a wonderful horse as well. Are there more? Is there any more?
5 Bar Cartel, she ran 100 and change, and she staked placed. She's bred now. So every one of her foals so far is black type, and they've all triple A'd.
Wow. And we
That's
have a
amazing.
2-year-old for next year.
And what's that one's name?
Bryn.
Had to Be Fabulous.
Oh, Had to Be Fabulous. Okay, well, at least it doesn't sound like Ivy and Ivory and all that. Had to Be Fabulous.
It's April.
Okay. Okay. Had to. Well, that's awesome. Well, we missed Carol here, but Carol's somewhere. But congratulations, gang, to Mike as well, and your buddy Zach, Josh Scott, for Had to Be Ivy, winner of the Princess Derby. We're going to be back here next Wednesday, post time 1:30. Good night.